Well, welcome everybody. It's must be close to 1 o'clock somewhere. Oh yeah, the screen says it's 1 o'clock. So I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome everybody. Before we begin, I want to recognize and acknowledge the traditional keepers of this land with whom we share today. The Township of Southgate is a part of the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Six Nations of the Grand River, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the Haudenosaunee, and the Saugeen Métis. The land that surrounds us is part of who we are as it reflects our histories. May we live in peace and friendship with all its diverse peoples. Madam Clerk, is there anybody registered for open forum today?
None today, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I have a confirmation of the agenda, please? Jason and Joan, thank you very much. All those in favor? That is carried. Is there any declaration of pecuniary interest related to any item on today's agenda?
Yes.
Monica, go ahead, please.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I would like to declare a pecuniary interest regarding the discussion on the National Disability Employment Awareness Month ending initiative by Life Directions Employment, as I am employed as a business engagement specialist with the organization. So just to maintain transparency and avoid any conflict of interest, I will recuse myself from this discussion and the corresponding decision-making process. I trust the council will continue to recognize the value of such an initiative in promoting inclusivity. Thank you.
So that's item 7.1, just to be clear.
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other? Seeing none, if one does arise during the course of the meeting, you can, of course, declare it at that time. So we have a public meeting to discuss here today regarding the Ida Street subdivision, Flato Ida Dundalk Incorporated. In the absence of a formal script, I'll just read the background so that we're all clear on what we're talking about. The county has received, and this is a joint meeting between the township and the county. The county has received an application for a plan of subdivision, and the file number is 42T 2024-07, known as Ida Street subdivision. The proposed plan of subdivision consists of 321 residential units, including 266 single detached units, 52 townhouses, and 3 future residential units. New municipal roads will be constructed to service the proposed lots, including new road access from Ida Street, as well as 2 new public road entrances from County Road 9. The traffic impact study has recommended that a new roundabout be constructed at the intersection of County Road 9 and Ida Street. Full municipal water and sewer services are proposed for this development. 2 park blocks have been incorporated into the current design, including a 0.8 hectare block that will have walking trail connections to Ida Street, and an additional 1.2 hectare block that will be contiguous with 5 hectares of township lands identified in block 286. A 10 hectare area of open space lands will be reserved on the southwestern portion of the site, which is anticipated to remain designated as hazard lands. Finally, 2 stormwater management blocks have been identified on the northern and southern portions of the site. So the application and the notice of public meeting are on the county website for anyone who wishes to have a look at those. Comments from agencies and the public. Becky or Ken, who's... Oh, okay. All right. That's good too. Is there any questions from council before we hear the presentations? Okay, well, we'll come back. There'll be another opportunity for questions from council and the public if there is any questions from them. So we'll start with public meeting presentation, Ida Street subdivision, County of Grey, Senior Planner Becky Hillier. Welcome, Becky. The floor is yours.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me here today. Thanks for that great introduction and overview of the development that we're discussing today. So as Mayor Milne mentioned, the topic of discussion is the Ida Street subdivision. The site is located in Dundalk. The developers on this property is Flato, and it's been submitted by MHBC Planning Consultants. So just to provide a little bit of the background here, So as noted, the county is in receipt of a new subdivision application through MHBC Planning Consultants. The site is located in Dundalk in the township of Southgate. Generally, with subdivision applications, we do tend to see a concurrent municipal zoning application. That's not the case here because these lands were previously subject to a minister's zoning order. That was approved in 2022. So for anyone who doesn't have kind of a background on what that means, it means that the zoning and kind of land use permissions were defined by the province through a separate process. The subject lands are currently designated primary settlement area and hazard lands in Schedule A of the county's official plan, which I believe is the same with the township official plan. I would note that with that previous minister's zoning order process, and because of that process, in 2022, it just happened to kind of align with when the township was updating their own official plan and when the county was going through our own housekeeping amendment. And so we ended up redefining that settlement area boundary through that process. The subject lands do consist of 5 separate properties, totaling about 35.94 hectares in size. And currently there are 3 residential structures situated on the property, and those are proposed to be removed, I believe. The majority of the lands at present are used for agricultural purposes, and one portion of the site consists of vacant township-owned cemetery lands, which were brought into the settlement area through OPA 20 previously. And I believe those lands are sort of currently in the process of being conveyed over to the developer for development. And just for everyone's reference on that piece, that was an unused portion of the cemetery site, so it's not affecting any sort of burials or existing uses of that cemetery. So the location of the subject lands. So this map was actually created by the applicants, but I thought it did a really nice job kind of framing where the site is located and some of those surrounding uses. So it is in the kind of western corner of Ida Street and Gray Road 9, right on the edge of the Dundalk settlement area. The surrounding residential uses, there are existing surrounding residential uses to the south, kind of central within the site, and then kind of more rural agricultural and wetland uses to the south. And there is also a church and waste site situated just east of the property. So as I noted, this just shows the settlement area mapping. So that kind of defined area is the site itself. The red is the primary settlement area mapping. So that is area within the county's official plan that is earmarked for growth. So that portion of the site was expanded through those MZO process and the previous OPA processes that had been gone through. That green portion on the site is designated hazard lands, and it's my understanding that kind of hazard land boundary is not subject to change. So in terms of what is proposed, the development would consist of a total of 321 new residential units. There's a variety of housing types. So currently there's 266 single detached houses proposed, as well as 52 townhouses. There's 3 future residential units or blocks that are going to be identified on the plan. And the net density that we're looking at here is about 29.6 units per hectare. I believe the county's official plan establishes a minimum of 20 unit per hectare density target, and I believe the township's official plan is slightly higher at 25. Is that correct? Yeah, I believe so. So this is kind of just slightly exceeding some of those density targets. There is some new road access proposed to the site. There's 2 new access points from Gray Road 9, as well as 1 road and 1 pedestrian access on Ida Street as well. As Mr. Mayor noted, there's 2 park blocks proposed, 2 stormwater management blocks, and there's also 5 hectares of township lands, which will be developed as a municipal services hub, I understand. I'm anticipating that there'll probably be some further discussion later on about kind of the specific use and configuration of that township site. But yeah, that's kind of not being worked on at this moment, but I think that there'll probably be some more discussion on that. And then, as noted, the western portion of the lands will remain as those hazard and wetlands. So here we have the proposed concept plan. It's a little bit tricky to see, but on the left-hand side of the screen there, that is the township-owned land, or the lands that will be conveyed to the township for that kind of community service hub. In the middle there, that's those existing residential lots that are larger parcels there that will not be developed through this process. And then you can see kind of the internal streets and access points there. There is a park block that's contiguous with that township-owned land. There's a stormwater management block, kind of both on the right and the left sides of the screen there. So that kind of gives you a sense of a bit of the flow of the concept. There were a number of materials submitted in technical studies to support the subject development. These include an archaeological assessment. At this time, I believe they've only done a phase 1 assessment, but the study has noted that a further archaeological review work will be required. I believe hopefully the applicant can provide a bit more of an update on the status of some of that work. I understand that they didn't want to kind of interfere with the existing crops on the property, and so they're hoping that will be cleared before they can do that additional work. There's an environmental impact study that was done, a functional servicing report, just to gauge kind of what the municipal servicing capacity is and how that would be extended to the site. A planning justification report, a stormwater management report, traffic impact study, D4 study, geotechnical, hydrogeological, and environmental site assessment. So in terms of the comments received, we have received comments from kind of a number of sort of the typical agencies who tend to provide comments on these types of developments. Southgate Public Works noted that a portion of the site is within a wellhead protection area. It's kind of one of the lesser wellhead protection areas, but it's largely concerned if there's, fuel storage or industrial uses and things of that nature, which wouldn't be a major concern here. Bell Canada just noted that there would be easements required for their infrastructure, similar to Enbridge and Hydro One. Grey County Transportation has just had a very kind of preliminary review of the concept plan, but they do intend to kind of do a more comprehensive review of that traffic impact study, and additional comments will be forthcoming from them. Both the Catholic District School Board as well as the Blue Water District School Board did offer comments, noting that some of the schools within the jurisdiction are really quite at or capacity or nearing capacity. But I believe that both of them are scoping out additional school sites at present. We did receive one email from a local Ida Street resident. That person just had some questions about the exact location of the proposed access point off of Ida Street. They also noted just traffic and road safety concerns along Ida Street. I believe there's not currently a municipal sidewalk, so I guess there's a question of kind of whether that's slightly site adjacent upgrading would be done. Just general kind of concerns about loss of nature. I think there's an older, they referred to it as a Victorian home right on the corner there, and kind of any heritage implications with that loss. And then kind of most importantly, this person noted a question of whether residents along Ida Street will be added to the town sewer systems. So I think that's something we can discuss as this process evolves. So just to give everyone a sense of next steps. So we have just very recently received peer review comments on all of the technical studies that have been undertaken, which is great. So I think we're on track for doing a pretty quick and efficient review for this one. As a next step, we'll just be going through in more detail some of those peer review work that's been done and working with township staff just to make sure our fulsome comments are prepared and packaged back to the applicants, as well as any comments received today from members of the public or council. The applicants will have the opportunity then to revise any submission documents that they provided, including any technical studies based on the peer review. We'll then work with township staff towards a recommendation for the subdivision application. Generally, the township would move forward with providing a kind of recommendation or support conceptually for prior to the county moving forward with a recommendation to our own county council. And then finally, once draft approval is received, if it is eventually received, the developers will have numerous conditions that they will need to fulfill prior to final approval and then the eventual registration and development of the site. And that's everything today, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Becky. And I wonder, would it be agreeable to listen and hear Corey Chisholm from the developer here, his presentation, and then we could go into questions? Would that,
Absolutely.
because he may hopefully answer some of the potential questions and make more efficient use of our time. So Corey, I see you're on screen there. Welcome. And the floor is yours, sir.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Perfect. Good afternoon, members of council, members of the public, and township and county staff. My name's Corey Chisholm. I'm a partner with MHBC Planning in our Barrie office and the planning consultant for Flato Developments for the project that's before council and the public this afternoon. Before I get into my presentation, I'd like to thank Ms. Hillier for her very thorough presentation. Having watched hers, mine is quite repetitive to a lot of the information, kind of the basic facts that she went over. So I'm going to take council and the public through my presentation, but I am going to skip over a few slides just to avoid repeating the same facts. I have a couple of slides I'll kind of key in on, and then I'm happy to answer any questions following that. I will note we do have representative from Crozier Engineering in attendance in person today as well, if there are any engineering related questions that come up in the discussion. And I do apologize I couldn't be there in person today. So I'm just going to share my screen. And can you see presentation?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to skip over a couple of these first slides, which Becky went through this information. The one thing I'll point out, Ms. Hillier mentioned the number of single detached units and townhouse units that are proposed. And just to clarify the exact sizes of those, so all of the single detached dwellings proposed at this time are 10.1 meters in width. Which is the smallest size single detached dwelling we've been seeing in the new developments in Dundalk. And then the townhouses are a 6.5 meter wide townhouse unit, which again are on the smaller size for the townhouse units we've started to see in Dundalk. So again, smaller units both help with density and efficient use of the infrastructure and services, but also help bring that kind of entry-level price point down compared to larger units of the same product type. So this slide here is zoomed in on a portion of the plan, and I will come to an image in a few slides where we have a colored version of the overall plan, which I think hopefully comes across a bit clearer on the screen and helps everyone discern where the different units and land uses are. But just to start on this is a unique component of this Ida Street development in that there, through some discussions through the MZO process and with the township, there was an identified need for a sizable piece of land in the vicinity of Dundalk for potential future community uses. I understand one could be a new township administration facility. But with a piece of land this size, there's likely opportunity for almost a campus or multiple uses to be co-located on one location. So we did have earlier versions of this concept plan before those discussions took place, where the western portion of this site was also laid out for residential type development. However, once we had those discussions, we did revise the plan, worked with township staff to locate this future development block, which would be transferred to the township's ownership in the future. So it is a 5-hectare development block. So it is quite large, and through the MZO, we protected for all those types of public uses. So the site is zoned for those uses today. Moving to the next slide, and adjacent to that that block to be transferred to the township in the future is one of the 2 park blocks on the site, and it is quite a large park block. It's 1.2 hectares, or just over 3 acres in size. And this is another nuance specific to this development, in that backing up when we were working on the Glen Oak Phase 3 subdivision, through that process, we did receive comments from Township Parks and Recreation staff that the township was interested in receiving a smaller park on that side, on that site, but transferring the excess parkland over to this Ida Street project. So the required amount of parkland is met when we look at those 2 sites in totality. It's just skewed to provide a larger park on this site. And the reasoning for that was to have I understand as these developments come along, you tend to get some smaller park blocks, and it's harder to fit the larger size sports fields on those. So the township was interested in obtaining a larger park block that could be programmed in the future with some sports fields. Also, we intentionally located it directly adjacent to the township development block, as that provides opportunity, as both will be transferred to the township in the future. If there was a need for even more land for some of that sports field programming, parking, anything like that, really that could also spill onto the township lands, as it will essentially be one giant piece of land that will be in the township's ownership in the future. So just coming to the next slide, this is the entire plan. Ms. Hillier shared a black and white version, the version we submitted. With that, we have added some color to it just to kind of help visually show the layout and the different land uses here. So the light yellow color is the single detached lots, and we can see those make up the majority of the units proposed on this site. We do have 52 townhouse units proposed, and those are the light orange in the center of the site here. The site does have 2 stormwater management ponds. So we see there's one on the southeast corner at the intersection of Ida and County Road 9, and then there's one at the kind of the southwest end of the site. The reason for the 2 ponds is the way the topography is on this site. The water today drains naturally, almost half goes to the west, half goes to the east. So we've tried to maintain that flow pattern as much as possible to help minimize the amount of fill that will need to be brought into the site in the future. We also like the idea of locating the stormwater pond at that intersection of Ida Street and County Road 9, as it will be a landscaped pond with a walking trail around it, and kind of a natural entrance feature at that major intersection. As mentioned before, the township development block, that's this large area shown in red on the west side of the plan. And then this park block beside it in green is that larger park block, again, directly adjacent to the township development block for the future. The second park block I mentioned is at the northeast end of the site. So again, trying to spread the parks out so they're every unit would have one in close proximity. This one is a little irregular in shape, as just the way the property layout was in this area. There is a connection to Ida Street there. That connection wasn't required for a road. So we've adjoined it with the park. And while at this stage we haven't gotten into the details of designing the park specific programming, and those would be discussions to be had with township staff in the future. We felt there is a nice opportunity there to provide a connection from that park to Ida Street, and there would be a connection within the development as well. Ms. Hillier mentioned there was also to kind of make this a regular shaped site. Flato did enter into an agreement with the township to obtain a portion of lands at the north end of the cemetery. Those were lands hadn't been used in the past, were kind of set aside for potential future use down the road, and they were deemed surplus to needs. So those lands were incorporated into the development. Just moving on, I'll skip over the next few slides as Ms. Hillier went through some of this previous planning history on the site. And through the planning justification report our office submitted, we did have to go through the various levels of planning policy, the provincial planning policy down through the County of Gray's official plan policies, and then down onto the Township of Southgate's official plan policies. Coming to the zoning, as Ms. Hillier mentioned, the zoning is in place today on the site for a variety of land uses, and the zone provisions for those are laid out here. I won't go through them in detail, but they are consistent with the standards we've been using in the past Flato developments within Dundalk. There was a list of supporting studies that were required to be completed. Ms. Hillier went through those. I will highlight on the archaeological assessment. We did complete a stage 1, and that recommended a stage 2 to be completed. And that's currently scheduled to be completed this fall once the crops come off the property. And that's the case for a number of Flato sites in Dundalk that will be having their stage 2s completed late this year. Another study that was done on this, you'll see at the bottom of this list, a D4 landfill impact assessment. That was a unique one required for this site. And the reason it was triggered is there is a waste site on the south side of County Road 9, south of the church. And this site is in a proximity radius of that, which then requires a study to be done just to ensure that there's no odor or kind of groundwater impacts from that on this site, and that study was done and concluded there are no impacts on these lands. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, and happy to answer any questions from the public or members of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. So I think at this point, I'll offer council if they have any questions. Will there be another opportunity? Before we go to the public, I'll ask if there's any questions. Martin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Corey, we always look at your concept plans or the plans, the subdivision, and we always say, how come there's no semis? How come, like, I don't think there's such a thing as an affordable home now. The federal government's just come up saying they'll lower the down payment, but amortize it over 30 years. So those people who buy them are going to be paying more over time. Why, even when it's an artificial plan, why are you not putting up some semis? Because the townhomes are going to be high. We don't have a ladder truck. You're building on wetland. So I'm pretty sure some of those buildings can't go all the way under the ground. So they might be the basement might be 4 feet out. So why not keep it low? You get the same density, and you're having a house that some person might be able to afford. And then from there, every concept plan I've seen, there's been an apartment building. And every other plan that comes from that, no apartment buildings. So can you explain why there's that shift from one plan to another?
Corey?
Yeah, and great questions. Through the mayor, I'll start with the first one about the semi-detached dwellings. From my perspective, where a semi-detached dwelling would fall in kind of the affordability spectrum would be between a townhouse and a single detached dwelling. So typically, the semis are the built part of the semi is wider than the a townhouse, and then it has the side yard in addition to that. So there's more land requirement per unit than a townhouse is. All the interior townhouses don't have any land on the sides; they just have the front and back. So we do see plans where we have a mix of townhouses, of semis, of singles. Planning policy does ask for a mix of uses and certain density targets to be met. And a lot of it is market driven as well and preference from an individual developer. In this case, Flatos has more experience and has seen more uptake with the townhouse and single detached, and specifically the smaller width sizes of those singles and townhouse units. So from my perspective, that's something we could take back and discuss with the client if there's an opportunity to introduce some semis, but I'm quite confident that they would actually be more expensive units than the small size townhouse units that are on the site. The question about the apartments. So we were in front of council a couple of weeks ago. We know there is one apartment building on the seniors apartment on Edgewood Greens. There is an apartment building shown on the Eco Park draft plan concept, and that one we hope to be submitting in the next few days, the formal application. And the intent is still to continue on with that apartment building. And we are starting planning on what we refer to as Glenelg Phase 4. So that's the balance of the lands east of Glenelg Phase 3. And there is a desire to see some on that site as well. So trying to spread them around, but there isn't uptake or demand for them that we've seen on each individual site. And apologies to Councillor Shipton. Did that answer? Was there a question I missed in there, or was that the two?
That's fine. That's
Okay,
fine for now,
thank-
Corey. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Corey. Thank you, Martin. Monica, I see your hand up, and then Joan. Go ahead,
Uh,
Monica.
Thank you, Chair. Just through you to Corey, nice to see you again. I'm kind of just focusing a little bit on the school capacity concerns where both school boards have raised concerns about local schools operating near or at capacities, nothing new that we don't know. And they cannot currently accommodate the additional students from this development, which can pose significant implications for the local education infrastructure. The other thing is that, from my understanding, I'm just going to my notes here, there is not a Catholic school in our area, and students are traveling 1 hour away north. So with that also in mind, there has been, according to the report for the Catholic School District School Board, they're requesting a meeting. So I'm not sure if this is for Corey or maybe through you, Chair, to the township, planning to collaborate with the school boards to address the capacity challenges at the local schools. I know there's going to be discussions, but I'm focusing on the quality of life while things are being built, and then making sure that the ongoing discussions about school expansion or the establishment of new schools within the development continue in a meaningful way.
Thank you, Monica. Who wants to take a run at that one? Corey or Becky? I apologize, Becky. I didn't give you an opportunity to address the earlier questions, but.
I can. Oh,
All right, you go
Okay,
ahead, Corey, and then if Becky wants to
perfect.
follow up.
Great question through the mayor. As with every draft plan application we make, it gets circulated to both school boards, public and Catholic, for review and comment, and that's for a number of reasons. One is they track the growth and new kids, school-age kids that will be they forecast coming in the future, and use that in their long-term planning. So we have not received a request from either school board to locate a school site on this site. And I apologize, I wasn't aware, and there might be others in our team that had received, but I wasn't aware that there was a request for a meeting, but I'll certainly take that back with our team. And as always, if there is a request for a meeting, we're happy to sit down and meet with either school board. So I can't speak for them, and nor can we ourselves just put a school block on a site. The request has to come through the school boards. We know there's a new public school coming on the Glen Oak Phase 3 lands. To date, we have not received a request on this site. We are early in the process, that being said. So I think
Thank you,
that's,
Corey.
I'll leave that there, and if Ms. Hillier has anything to add, she's welcome to.
Ken, you want to have a go at it, please?
Yeah, thank you, your worship. And I might need Mr. White's help, but the township recently met with one of the school board's consultants that they use to track various development applications to understand what's going on here in the township. As I recall, and Mr. White can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, it was not the Catholic school board, it was the public school board. But there is an obligation under the Planning Act for us to engage with the school boards through development applications, not just through circulation, but just engaging with them in general. So that meeting was a good start for them to understand what all is going on now, but we also were able to give them sort of our crystal ball look of the world in terms of what we thought was coming down the pipe as well. I see Bill has turned his camera on. Was I right that it was not the Catholic school board, or am I?
Right. I believe
Welcome,
it
Bill.
was,
Go on ahead, please.
hello. I believe it was Blue Water District that we met with. I think there was some engineering issues related to that meeting, but and I was not at it, but I believe it's the Blue Water School Board that we did meet with.
Well, I really hope at that meeting with Blue Water, they were going to tell you that they're going to start building that new school next week, but I doubt that was what they told you. But anyway, we can be hopeful.
May I just follow
Becky,
up?
go ahead. Oh, well, I'm going to ask Becky to, if she wants to respond first, please.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks for raising that. I don't have anything in particular to add, but one comment that I did want to make for this one, which I think was just a nice thing to see, is that it looked like the consultant who was reviewing this application on behalf of both school boards was working for both school boards and is kind of taking a more consolidated and comprehensive review of schooling needs and requirements, kind of more from a regional perspective. I was really impressed by that, and it's something we haven't seen. It's been a little bit more fractured in the past, and we haven't kind of seen that more consolidated, comprehensive review. So yeah, I actually passed that along to the rest of the team at the county just to kind of to see that more singular lens from both school boards. I think is certainly an improvement here. There's a long way to go, and certainly we can continue to have those discussions. I know this is not overly helpful for students in Southgate. I believe the Catholic school catchment area for high schools is Owen Sound for this area. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know the St. Mary's school site in Owen Sound is looking at relocating to a larger school site that could accommodate more students. But again, it is a long way from this area. So I understand that's not ideal.
Thank you, Becky. I believe part of Southgate comes into the Walkerton Catholic school catchment area as well. Before I go back to you, Monica, I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance here. So I'm going to go to Joan first, please, and then Jason, and then I see Barb has a question, and then I'll come back to Monica.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Corey, you said consistent with the past. That was very honest of you because as Councillor Shipson said, nothing must have changed in terms of the sizes of the houses. I thought Flato was going to change some of that consistency to align with our continuous talk about affordable, attainable housing. But again, we have 266 single detached and only 52 townhouses. But thank you for mentioning the size, as always being prepared for the nuances. I am just thinking that we're not there yet, and we're still not getting some of the stuff that we're asking for. Thank you.
Corey, do you want to respond or are you good with that?
I think I'll just take that as a note and bring that back to our team.
Okay, thank you. Jason, you were next.
I guess I have more comment than questions. Maybe there'll be some questions in there. The school thing right off the bat, we know it's going to be years before the school ever gets built. I guess my big thing is we have this, I forget the phases where they are unless I get the paper in front of me. We have a phase out by McDonald's. We have the Glenelg phase where the new school's going. I understand you got to look ahead, but how many phases do we have to get going and not finish the other ones? And I guess maybe I'd put it to council and staff. How many phases do we want? Nobody's ever asked that question. To me, we're phased out for right now, but that's my opinion. I just mean we have no school now. The schools are overrun. I've heard even when the new school gets built with 5 or 6 years, it still will be full. We've been promised this road through there with all these jobs coming. And I've been on council for 6 years and we've got 20 jobs out there. So we're going to keep building houses, be a bedroom community for, I just don't get it. I really don't get it. We have to slow it down, I think. And if we do go ahead with this, one thing I would like to see is around our cemetery there, ask Flato to build a big high fence because there's a lot of history in that cemetery and we know what happens when there's houses right around the cemetery. More just comments, but if you want to answer something, go ahead.
You want to comment, Corey, or make note?
Yeah, I can just add, I appreciate the comment about the fence, and I'll certainly take that back, and I suspect that we may receive a similar comment back from township staff as we continue on in the process. With the pace of growth, it's not an exact science. We do have, we're at the planning approval stage. There's quite a time lag from this stage to when we actually get to draft plan approval, and then obviously move forward, do the engineering, clear the conditions, and start construction. So I know it does seem like a lot. I can say all of these different sites, even if everyone wanted to, wouldn't be able to start construction tomorrow or within a year. There is a time lag to work through the process, and that's why the school boards are informed of this coming growth as early in the process as possible, so that they can plan accordingly for that. And I can just say our clients always been very open to work with the school boards through this process. The eco park, which is the draft plan for that, we should be submitting within the next few days. I know the township's been working through the design for the main road connection for a while, and that draft plan is going to pick that up and incorporate that into it. And certainly there's that will provide additional employment lands, both that Flato will be retaining and lands that the township will be transferred back to the township and kind of act as an expansion of the eco park industrial area. So I think ultimate build out of individual employment or industrial sites will ultimately depend on market uptake at that point.
Thanks, Corey. Barb, you were next, please.
Thank you. Through you and to Corey or Becky, I want to echo Councillor Rice's comments about the fencing. I had that written down to protect our cemetery lands. Those houses that will be surrounding the cemetery should be fenced. So I kudos to Councillor Rice for raising that. I did want to just mention, for every phase that we've gone through, we're also learning what questions we should be asking. So forgive us if we are now asking a lot more questions. You said that the length or the width of each of the homes, the single family dwellings, will be 10.1 meters, and the townhouses will be 6.5 meters. What's the length of those lots? I'm curious because we already have parking issues. We all have people with multiple cars because we are car centric. We don't have public transit. And people are parking on the roads, and then come November, they're finding themselves being towed. There's nowhere to park. So just maybe not an answer, but to consider the length of the driveways on each of these. I also want to echo Councillor Shipston's and Councillor John's comments about townhouses versus single family dwellings. You've got the townhouse blocks in the center of Street F, E, and D. You could actually reduce the number of single family dwellings and put additional townhouses in Street C and or Street G. Just another suggestion as to, yeah, as much as I don't want to encourage higher density, because it brings its own consequences as to parking and snow removal and snow placement. If we're not getting the apartment building that the rental apartment buildings that we so desperately need in Grey County to allow for employment. People want to come and work here. They want to come and live here, but there's no place to rent and they can't afford to buy. So the comment made, Corey, forgive me, but that you think you haven't seen the uptake in apartments. I would argue that's because they don't exist. So with all due respect, we are looking for that. I'm glad to hear that there's an apartment complex planned for Glen Elg Phase 4 and the Eco Park, but I think we're missing an opportunity for this particular spot being right on Main Street, walking distance from our Grey Transit route. And I'd like to, offer that as an opinion. I did have one question, maybe for Becky or for Corey. Where are the 3 future residential lots?
Yeah, and I can
Thank you.
thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through the mayor, perhaps I can share my screen again, if that's okay.
Yep, please.
Thank you.
I'll just bring the plan back up because that will be a lot easier than trying to explain this. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Great. So actually, I'm just going to zoom in. So here you can see a future right-of-way block. So this is a common practice when we do these subdivisions, is even though the lands immediately north of this site aren't today designated for development, certainly in the future, that could expand out, and we don't want to close off any ability to have a future road connection. So there is a future road stub provided there that would be transferred to the township. And these lots, there's 3 lots here in a brown color. Those lots wouldn't be able to come online until that road ever gets extended in the future, as they rely on that for their frontage. So that's the 3 future lots, and we tend to run into that situation where we have these connections, is that you'll end up with a couple lots there that can't come online until that road gets extended, if it ever does in the future.
Thank you, Corey.
Directly related to this.
Go ahead.
So thank you for that, for pointing it out, because I could not see where that was. So are you implying that the agricultural lands to the north are potentially going to be more residential land?
I can't imply anything right now. Those lands aren't in the settlement boundary and they're designated for agriculture. What I'm saying is it's common practice when we do subdivisions to ensure that there's potential connections to adjacent lands if they ever come forward. So it may never happen, but for example, if we just filled this corner with lots and say 10 years from now, something moved forward on that site, there'd be no opportunity to connect with a road because everything would be blocked off. So similarly on Edgewood Greens, there is a road connection to the property to the south. That was put in there close to 10 years ago when we did that original draft plan. It's not designated for development. It's there to protect if it ever is in the future. When the Eco Park one comes forward, you'll also see there's a stub left for adjacent lands for a potential. So anyways, that's some background on that.
Thank you
If I can
very
come back to one of your earlier comments about the parking with the townhomes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the lots are, I think you asked about the depth. So they vary, but on average, they're 31 meters in depth, which is around 100 feet, which is the kind of the industry standard that we see or aim for in newer subdivisions. I can certainly take that comment back about the driveway length. I'll be honest, I haven't seen that happening in new subdivisions, kind of in Gray, Simcoe County area. But it's something I can certainly take back and discuss. Just thinking about it out loud, if given the depth of the lot, if that is the case and the house is pushed back, you'd either be reducing the rear yard area or the depth, like the actual building size. So potentially it's an option that you could do a narrow, like a smaller building, but a longer driveway. But that's something I'd have to take back and discuss with Flato.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Monica, we're back to you. Thank you for your patience.
Anytime. It's a big topic. Thank you for that. So just with regards to the report from the the Catholic School Board, I believe that there was a mention in there about a meeting, whether that was with the developer or not, but it's the Watson and Associates letter where it was talking about St. Peter and St. Paul, St. Mary's, and then it just said that the Bruce Gray Catholic District School Board requests a meeting to discuss school accommodation strategies and explore the possibility of establishing a Catholic school within this development plan. So that's what I was referring to. So that was just the one thing there. And it was great comments from everyone else. I just wanted to obviously focus also on traffic impact and safety. We have a lot of construction going around in our area. Just given that the school boards are requesting traffic safety measures for students, will there be additional pedestrian safety features around school zones, such as crosswalks or traffic calming measures beyond the roundabout? And I have a lot more questions, but this is probably the best ones right now.
Okay, Ken, did you want to touch on the school board issue?
Yes, through your worship, Bill and I have been conferring back and forth via email. So the gentleman that we spoke with is from Watson and Associates, who is representing both school boards. So the information that we provided them, and I would note actually Corey was in that meeting that occurred. So was really providing the school boards with here's what's going on now, here's what we're anticipating in the future. So we have been in touch with both.
Good.
And I just to add to what Corey was saying earlier about the stub, that is typical process because in the provincial policy statement, there is a policy that actually says when you're developing, you need to think about not impeding future growth if and when it ever occurs. So
thank you. Thank you. Corey, was there anything in Monica's final question or latest question there that you wish to address?
Sure. So I guess just to start and build off what Ken mentioned, I was in that meeting. That was a number of months ago. The reason that didn't jolt my memory at first was because it was a broader meeting. We were kind of informing them of all of the different sites around Dundalk and kind of high level unit counts. So they were looking at it big picture. It wasn't a meeting just for the Catholic School Board just on this site. So that's why I was a bit confused at first with the comment. And that's good that they're working for both school boards, as Ms. Hillier mentioned. I think that's a positive if they're looking at it from a more comprehensive perspective. Just coming back to Councillor Singh Soares' question, the internal to the site, there will be sidewalks as per township standards. Any improvements external to the site, we'll really have to receive comments from both the county and the township on if there are any requirements for improvements external to the site.
Thanks, Corey. Becky, please.
Yeah, my apologies. I didn't do a great job. I'm just realizing summarizing some of the school board comments. I kind of did a quick scan of them and went to the end where they kind of list the main bullet points. But to Councillor Singh's point, I did have another read of them. And the Catholic District School Board does actually have a kind of a one-liner in there where they have requested a meeting kind of at the beginning of their comments to discuss school accommodation strategies and to explore the possibility of establishing a Catholic school within this development plan. So my apologies for missing that. That's a big one. So yeah, just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, there will be another opportunity for council to ask more questions, but I want to go to anybody in the audience from the members of the public that wish to comment or ask questions. I thank everyone for their patience. Is there in fact anybody that wishes to come up to the microphone? Please come up to the microphone, state your name and your address, and please, the floor is yours.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for letting me be here. Thank you for your service. My name is Chris Lang. I'm the minister of Dundalk Wesleyan Church. So we're at the corner there of this. My issues are around the road and how it will affect us with the roundabout. Questions of our septic system is on the end of the church towards Gray Road 9. Our well is on the side of Ida. And I've lived in a few different communities that have had roundabouts, and they're quite large. And so I know there's probably going to be affecting land, and not sure how that's going to affect the church with the well and the septic system, and even our church sign, which is right now quite close to the road. So I was just wondering if we can have some information about that as well. So I appreciate the answers to that.
Well, I'm not one of the experts here, that's for sure, but I can tell you that from experience, from a county perspective, at least, I'll put my county hat on for a moment. If the county roundabout was to have any impact on your property, they will fix whatever impact it is.
Okay.
So if that means moving the well or the septic or whatever, then that's up to the county to do that if the roundabout is going to affect that.
Okay.
I don't know, Becky, would that be way off base, or is that?
Can't speak for our transportation purposes, but it sounds fair.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I can't speak on behalf of our transportation department, but that sounds fair to me. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it'd only be fair play, right? If we're going to cause issues on your property, we're going to fix them.
Yeah. So
Or mitigate them.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Hume, by all means, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Hume. I'm address 752-281 Ida Street. I have a couple of questions. Read the parkland that comes out and adjoins to Ida Street. My question is, if that's going to be used as parkland, will people be perceivably parking on Ida Street? And, I think that could create a traffic hazard there. I have a suggestion, and I'm sure it won't get passed here today, but
we're not making
how about a stop sign at Glenelg and Ida Street? Would that slow traffic? Because I see potential safety issues coming out that street onto Ida Street. So I'm just throwing that out there as a suggestion.
Yeah.
If that would slow traffic, because I live there, and the 40 sign, I'm not sure if it's an extra zero that I don't see there when people come by. But my second comment is on, and I don't know if they're called wastewater management, those beautiful looking ponds like the one we have on Glenelg Street there. Who looks after those after?
Township assumes them for maintenance.
Is that right, eh? With the weeds? Okay. I was just wondering if that was something the developer has responsibility for, or
I'll maybe ask Jim to comment on that particular one.
Good afternoon, good people. Yeah, the developer has ownership of those lands until we assume all these subdivision components.
Right.
And then we take over. There are some areas that have natural settings, so we don't necessarily manicure them and cut them. We have to do maintenance on the ponds, so that may be sediment clean out or other issues that may arise with chambers or pipes or whatever, but not all of them are gonna have grass cut, manicured water fountain features. Some of them are natural.
Okay.
But as far as your stop sign suggestion, I mean, I would hope it would slow the traffic down, but
I would hope so. Okay, that's it.
thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Don, please come on up.
My name is Don Dillman. I'm at 752-260 Ida Street. Guess my concern is in the wastewater side of that. I noted there's not a map up anywhere that whole subdivision will be serviced by a pump station. Is that correct?
Yes, it is certainly all serviced.
Yeah,
By
there's a
one
pump
means or-
station at the lower end there.
Yep.
Am I right?
Yep.
That little small gray block there, yeah. I guess my concern is being in the industry, I've done my share of all-nighters at a pump station. Is there, or was there an option looked at of running those gravity? Like extending the sewers from Hanbury Street, say, that are deep in the ground, up Ida Street and servicing that all gravity rather than having something the municipality will have to take over down the road?
Good question. I see the engineers here from, I'm not sure what, is it Flatto or Crozier? Sorry, if you like come up and address that question, sir, that would be appreciated. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Hi, Adrian from Crozier. So half the site will be gravity from like there's a high point in the middle of the site. So like the right side will go gravity and then the pumping station will the left side will go into the pumping station and then the pump station will have a force main to the gravity that will feed to Hanbury.
So there will be coming up Ida Street then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Thank you. Yeah.
Anything else, Don?
No, that was it.
Okay.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Jim, please.
Yeah, and so with consideration of Victoria Street reconstruction and similar to Main Street, the West End does not have servicing. Victoria Street does now, those capabilities, and that's why Ida Street south to Hanbury and into there had some work done with this reconstruction to put that sewer so it could accommodate for the future for Ida north of Maine and in that area. So that has been addressed through engineering.
Anyone else from the public? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you back there. Please,
There's a podium.
please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah West. I live at 280 Main Street West. That's just a coincidence. I think what my concern is, along with a lot of people here in Dundalk, especially with children, is that all these houses are going in and our schools, again, are overcapacitated. My husband and I, we are Catholic, we're Roman Catholic. My children should be going to a Catholic school, but I can't send them to one because it's too far of a distance. And I think throughout this whole presentation, we're hearing all about all this new development. And it's like the schools are sort of at the bottom of the list here. And that is a concern for me. Number one, with that school being so, my kids go to Dundalk and Proton, with it being so overcapacitated. And yet all we're talking about is bringing in new houses, new developments. Like Mr. Rice, I appreciate you bringing this up because it's a concern for me. Like I moved here 5 years ago. I bought my first house. My husband and I bought our first house 5 years ago, 2019. And the changes that have happened, the development that has happened here in Dundalk is outstanding. And I don't think that the school can keep up with it. The wait list on the daycare at school is atrocious. Like it's great that this community is growing, but my concern is the school and where all these kids are going to be going when all these families move in here. So that's just a concern that I have.
Well, I appreciate you bringing it forward. And there isn't one of us here at this table, including staff, haven't advocated for that new school. And of course, it's been announced, but as you can well appreciate, it's going to take 2-3 years at least to get this thing underway.
So I guess what my main question is when is this? I know that the one school is going in. when is that scheduled to go in? And then when is this scheduled to be started? If it's been mentioned, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Well, I know the school is scheduled to start in the next 2 to 3 years. We're hopeful, but as far as when this subdivision that we're talking about today will actually start building, Corey, maybe I'll ask you to take a swing at that one, please.
Yeah, and appreciate the comments and through the mayor. Today I'm not sure, to be honest. We're working through the draft plan approval. Flato does have a number of sites in Dundalk, and I understand the priority right now is to finish Edgewood, which is happening as we speak, and get a first phase of Glenelg Phase 3 registered, which is where the new school would be. We've heard it from the township, from the county, from the school board. It's critical to get that school online. And Flato made a commitment that would be their focus for a next phase to get registered. There's detailed engineering design. We're working through that. That process does take a bit of time to get through, but that would be the next phase to get registered. Beyond that, Ida Street here and the Eco Park site, I'm not 100% sure what the timeline would be for them to start actual construction. There'd be a number of factors at play with that. And I can just say and appreciate Ms. Hillier pulling up the comments from the Catholic School Board. So I anticipate that there will be a meeting scheduled in the next few weeks. And I would think it would be with the school board, our client, and representatives from both the county and the township to discuss that further.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. I see is there someone from the public on screen that I missed? Sean, please go ahead.
Look, can you hear me?
Yep, can so.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to just refer to my notes here it's more sort of some context and then some sort of subsequent comments and then some concerns. So thanks very much for the opportunity. Sean Dennis, my wife and I live at 180165 Gray Road 9. Our property is on the north side of Gray Road next to Street A, located in the center of the draft plan map. So thank you for the opportunity again. So just some context, when I was first served a letter from a company that the developer had commissioned asking that I approve a survey to ensure that the property lines were correct. I was of course curious as to why I was being asked to sign in return for my approval. The same day I drove to the Southgate office and asked the township if they could provide clarity on the MZO as what was noted in the same letter that, as I understand, Southgate also received a copy of. I was advised that I needed to contact the province and that if I had any questions with regards to the MZO and that anything else related to the watershed or EP land that were had to be directed to the applicable conservation authorities. So just as context, and as it's been explained to me by both the SVCA and the GRCA, that when Planning Act development proposal comes forward, that these lands, on these lands, the circulation and review requirements are required from every conservation authority having jurisdiction in the area, to which a plan of subdivision would apply. And as I've understood, it falls within both of the respective jurisdictions. So through the MZO process, it would appear that the regulated area map that these authorities have access to reflect different than the area map that's currently conveyed through the county plans and the township's GIS zoning layer. So basically what this means for us is that the hazard land and EP boundary on the property is reflected as a straight line along the property line, to which, as I've understood, is typically not shown, has hazard lands and EP boundaries are typically not shown. It might reflect and or suggest that it might be incorrectly mapped, and that through the existing MZO map, it might signal an amendment of some type to the established zoning. Additionally, my property has a well on it. We have a pond. As I've understood it, it's within the EP. I don't expect an answer today, just more of an observation and a comment that, I probably want some sort of confirmation that should either of these be disturbed or contaminated during the development, that some action would be taken from the township in order to make the matters correct. Some additional observations I'd just like to share with the group is that within the development, it's been touched on a little bit just with regards to the wildlife within the region. For those who may not know, and as I've understood it, there are species within the environment. One noted as sort of our meadowlark, eastern meadowlark. It is listed as threatened in Canada, apparently under Schedule 1 of the Species at Risk Act. It's listed as threatened under Ontario's Endangered Species Act. There are several nesting sites within the area, within the proposed region. They're on our pond. I can speak to that definitively, in addition to various other species such as turtles, etc. So I suppose lastly, and most importantly, in addition to everything else, I would be interested in understanding more about sort of the infrastructure as it relates to grocery stores within the area, food, etc. There was comments made with regards to, full size versus semi-developments. I'm not sure if the grocery infrastructure today within Dundalk is able to support any of this. This team are the experts, but I thought it was worth sort of tabling. And just to make sure that, again, I wanted to share all of this in regards to the watershed, the EP land, my water well, wildlife, grocery infrastructure, et cetera, isn't overlooked. It is fully vetted out and talked to in full capacity prior to any developments made forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your comments. And absolutely, your comments are valid. And I'm sure the developer, I see Corey taking notes there. That's good. They will address any issues that will come forward. That's for sure. Becky, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for those comments. I think those are important. The one thing I would flag just at the moment, we haven't yet received comments from the conservation authorities, but that will be an important piece of the puzzle and just making sure that kind of the accuracy of those hazard land mapping boundaries is correct and is maintained and all of those things. I know just from my experience working on the previous OPA associated with the cemetery lands, there was a portion of hazard lands, which, as you say, it just looked like it had kind of been chopped out through the MZO. I'm not entirely sure what that previous MZO kind of study process looked like, but I know in discussions with Grand River Conservation Authority for the purposes of establishing the hazard land for that cemetery OPA, at that point, Conservation Authority staff had recognized that the hazard land mapping shown within the county's official plan was associated with a kind of man-made drainage corridor over the farm property that just directed seasonal water flows and stormwater flows and wasn't really a kind of a cause for hazardous concerns, provided that feature is kind of comprehensively reviewed and revised through a stormwater management study, which the applicants have put together in this case. But again, fulsome comments will be coming from the Conservation Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Okay, is there anyone else online that wishes to speak? Okay, Monica, I'll come to you in just a second, but Martin was ahead of you, so I'll come back to you in a moment. Martin, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be like an old broken record here, but the apartments, Deputy Mayor DeBreen mentioned that we talk about apartments. Well, there's no apartments. So, and Corey, you mentioned that a builder can, it's market driven, right? But if a builder only makes a certain amount of building, he's making the market. So if we want to ask for more missing middle, as a council, we should be able to have some say and say, well, even those 3 future residential units could be a perfect tri-level or whatever. That's just more of a comment. The stormwater management at the corner of the potential roundabout. I remember years ago, somebody was actually canoeing on that property. The water was so deep and it lasted for a couple of days. Is there, I know I'm not a hydrologist and I'm not public works, but there is some kind of stormwater where you actually put gravel in as filters so it doesn't rush over. And there's going to be a lot of water coming off the roads. And that is really, really wet. Will that be something that could be looked at through whatever Crozier or whatever?
Becky?
Yeah, sorry, that actually, maybe we do have an engineer in the room. He might be better qualified to speak to that. Would you look in?
Do you want to have another run at that, Adrian, please?
Really wasn't sure about the pond that you were talking about. There's one on the.
Yeah, right at the very corner.
Yeah.
Of where
It's a
the
little north of where the pond is currently, but not too sure if it's how it'll be incorporated.
well, it's block 281, stormwater management area, right in the very.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking, because it's been prevalent for flooding,
Mhm.
is there going to be a different kind of stormwater than the typical and usual one you put in? Because I know there are some that you can build tracks where it's gravel
Mhm.
and it absorbs more water.
I could look into that, but I haven't come across that
Yeah.
type of pond.
I believe there's another development by another developer that is going to use that. If I might be wrong, but
Jim, I saw you had your hand up. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I can relate to this one because it was July 2008, I believe. Half of Dundalk received about 5 inches of rain in a very short period of time, late on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon. And it was my stepson that was in that canoe because his grandparents used to own that corner block, but that area that's designated for the pond will be in that vicinity, and all those measures and features will be incorporated to capture at rates and to outlet it at proper rates too. So that's all the science of stormwater management.
well, that's good to know, because when that happened, there was no roads, it was grass. So it'll be doubly.
Yep.
Well, that's really bad English, but there'll be a lot more water coming down the streets and wouldn't be absorbed by the grass. So that's good to know. That's
Well,
good to
hopefully the development will make that more better.
You're like my grandma.
Much more better. Yeah. Monica, please.
Yes, thank you. Great point, Councilor Shipston. I had stormwater management here because just wondering if, the potential runoff from the new development with the existing infrastructure, if we would in fact be able to handle the increased stormwater. So I would be interested to know a report of some fact coming back to us. Just again about the school issue, I just want to thank Sarah, the resident there, who brought that up, which is one of the reasons why I was really focused on that as well. Just with regards, just through you, Chair, to Corey, or even Ken, is that when we look at zoning and future development, since 3 units, and if I'm mistaken, please let me know, it looks like there's 3 units that are designated as future residential. So just wondering what long-term plans are being considered for this portion of the development, and will there be a separate review process when these units are developed? So just wanted to make sure that there's not like surprises, or there be a separate review process needed? And just really quickly, I do agree with the environmental study impact that would definitely be needed. That was mentioned also by, I believe the resident was Sean. But just back to that, I was wondering about the 3 units.
Corey?
Yeah, certainly. And through the mayor, just on the first couple, there was a comprehensive stormwater management report completed by Crozier that was submitted with the application. So that will be reviewed by county and township staff through this process. And at a high level, when you come forward with the new development, you can't create any sort of flooding issue for an adjacent property. So you really have to demonstrate that stormwater can be appropriately dealt with on site up to a 100-year storm event, which is likely something that it's probably not every 100 years. They're more frequent now, but something like Jim was speaking to in the past. On the environmental side, there was an environmental impact study completed. That's another requirement we had to do to make the application. And I understand that will be reviewed by the County of Grey and likely the Conservation Authority as well. So that's in progress as well, and we'll have to address any specific comments that come out of that. Those 3 future lots, right now, they're set aside as 3 additional single detached dwellings, the same size as all the other singles. So that's shown on the plan. What would happen is it would be reserved as a block, and if that was ever extended in the future, we would come in for what's called a removal of part lot control application. It's a mouthful, but it's a kind of a straightforward planning application to further divide a block of land. That's actually the same process we use to subdivide semis or townhouses in the future. So there wouldn't be surprises if the plan doesn't change, if it's approved as it is right now, that future blocks identified that it's 3 more single attached of that size.
Thanks, Corey. Jim.
Yes, just getting back to the apartment buildings, and it kind of sounded like you were trying to say there isn't a market for apartments, but yet in a town that's right on the edge of Southgate, I believe they put up 3 to 4 brand new apartment buildings, and I don't think they're having a hard time filling them. Yeah, Mount Forest. So I'm just wondering where you get that there isn't. Is it just you just don't want to be involved in the apartment industry, or just a question?
Thanks, Jim. Corey?
Yeah, and again, I'll have to take that one back to my client. I'm not the one that's leasing out buildings, but from their kind of market evaluations in the past, through our discussions, there is certainly we have one apartment building that was geared towards seniors, and there's plans to incorporate some others in some of the future sites, but I think there's a balance there. There's not an indefinite demand, and anyways, it's again, I can take that back. We've heard that comment from a number of councillors that would like to see some more variety of housing type on the site, whether it be an apartment or semis or something like that.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. Okay, we've had a really, really good discussion. Jason, go ahead.
Maybe it's to you, the warden, or I'm not sure. When it comes to a roundabout on the county road, well,
yeah,
you're the warden, so
yeah.
So that's going to be a big expense. If work has to be done on the church ground or whatever, does that come out of the county, or does that go back on the developer? Because I mean, we wouldn't need that roundabout if it wasn't for the development, and there is only one taxpayer, and I don't like paying taxes as much as I have, as least as possible.
Well, that's a really good question for Pat Hoy. I mean, I can't speak for the TAPS department, but as I said, that intersection has been identified as a intersection that needs some upgrades. And whether that's traffic signals, whether it's a roundabout, it doesn't really matter. If the upgrades that are needed impact an adjoining property, then the county would have to mitigate those impacts, as I spoke earlier to the pastor. And, you know, if it's going to impact their private well, then the county has to, or indeed anybody that does that kind of work. Barb was next. Jim, go ahead, please. You want to speak to the road issue?
Yeah, we have had this discussion. The roundabout is a concept right now. It's not totally in stone that this is going to have a roundabout. There are some challenges, especially coming into town with some houses there. I did have a reach out to the Wesleyan Church about a year ago and just threw out some ideas that we would maybe be looking into talking to them about the future. And I wanted to take a drawing to them to see how, you know, much of it affected them. We haven't put that together yet, so it hasn't come to fruition. But definitely there will be some sort of improvements, turning lanes, signalization. But the roundabout is a concept. It's not definitely that this is what's going to happen.
Thank you, Jim. Martin first and then Barb.
I guess this is to Becky. If with the roundabout, used to traffic counts, or and maybe Jim can answer. Is there actually people counting, or is it just those strips across the road? Because when you look at the double, and this is about the concept plan for the roundabout, when you're looking at the double tankers with the liquid manure coming out of Listec, I can't see them making that turn, you know? And then we have the Toronto garbage coming up, which puts it in. We're going to have a gas bio plant eventually. Trucks coming out of the Ice River. So I would hope it would be more what Jim just said, where there's lane changes and lights. And that would go with Mr. Hume's comment where the lights are there going up Ida. They, you know, like it will affect everything. There's going to be all kinds of issues from it, but and I'm not even talking about the farm units, the tractors with all their stuff that go speeding down good old Main Street, County Road 9. So concept plans, goodness knows we've heard concept plans being changed willy-nilly. So
there's always cause and effect. Becky, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for those comments. I am by no means a traffic engineer, so it's slightly out of my wheelhouse, or quite a lot out of my wheelhouse. I know kind of from the county's perspective, there has been a lot of kind of momentum towards shifting some of our roads more towards a roundabout style. I think that there's, you know, kind of pros and cons for them. In a residential neighborhood, I think one of the pros is you don't kind of have those trucks stalled at a stop sign for longer periods of time, kind of, you know, getting exhaust and things that might impact the neighbors, or those exhaust brakes and those types of things. But certainly that's something that we can continue to have a conversation with. Our Transportation Services Department will certainly be reviewing that study in detail. It is also one of the ones that has been peer reviewed. So we will be going over those peer review comments with them in a more fulsome way as a next step.
great. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Barb, last word to Barb.
Ooh,
No pressure.
better make it a good one. Thank you. Through you, I wanted to touch back on fencing. We talked about fencing around the cemetery, but then I took a second look at the plan of subdivision, and, you know, I would imagine that the existing residential properties that boundary on both Main Street and Ida would want fencing to protect their property from the multitude of backyards that are going to back onto their lots. So that was just one thing that I made a note of. I did want to ask, we touched on the landfill impacts, and you, Corey, you focused you focused on the impacts based on infiltration and things like that, and it wouldn't affect the residential property. But perhaps this question to Corey and to our Public Works Manager, Jim Ellis, is the impacts on the landfill as a sheer volume of visitors to our landfill site and these additional residential units. Has any thought been given to, is there the ability to expand our transfer station there in Dundalk? How are we for capacity going forward? We've got, you know, another 15 years of construction and development from what I can gather from all the MZOs and phases. You know, we've got 750 new homes that have been built. We've got 300 in Glenelg Phase 4. We got another 300 and some odd in this phase. We got the MZO in the south, and multiple phases coming in the future. I mean, I don't know, it's probably a Jim Ellis question, but what are we doing about capacity there? And you may not be able to answer that today, but we should be thinking about it. And my other question about the roundabout, or my comment to the roundabout, is the traffic study is based on future growth. If the road upgrades are a direct result or a direct requirement as a result of 300 plus homes being added to that corner, then it should be development pays for development, and external sidewalks to ensure the safety of our children traveling to schools, and a roundabout or a traffic light or whatever that road upgrade is should be at the expense of the developer. My comments.
Thank you, Barb. And I will remind that the county does collect DC charges for that very thing. Jim?
Yeah, I'll answer the last question and go to the waste side of things. So, external works, they get brought along and tagged in as we go along. We've done them. Rose Lane had an upgrade that was developer paid for with sidewalk and everything. So those are considerations that will come with the rest of the plan as it unfolds. Same as White Rose phase 1 phase 3, phase 1 and 2 as well, had to put Doyle Street up and upgrade it, Artemisia Street. When phase 3 gets rolling here out, there is external works to it that are developer paid for, so that does get captured and will be looked out absolutely with this case as well. As far as the transfer station, we have the footprint we have. Council approved last year in the capital budget to look for a design to change that system around there a little bit. I have drawings that has been completed, that'll have 2 entrances and an entrance in and an exit out. A building, a different design for coming in. The sawtooth configuration will have 2 extra. We are limited that way in building any further because of getting into the actual landfill pile. So that is coming to council. It is in now design works. And will be consideration in next year's budget if council wants to approve going ahead with the build for it. So stay tuned on that one. Everyone has, in these residential areas, have curbside collection. The recycling may change. We'll have to cross that bridge here more sooner than later with council about what's going on there. But they have their curbside collection. So what will end up happening with, if we need to expand, will be more days open. And so that's inevitable that we'll be open another day eventually, and then maybe another day perhaps, but we'll, as the challenges, so far we're managing that as we open in April and May, that extra day, it seems to take it out. Now, we do get the call occasionally about being open, but it's manageable right now.
Thank you, Jim. Sure, go ahead.
Since you gave me the last word, I just
Days
want,
wearing on
I
though.
just want,
Dark comes sooner these days.
I just want to thank our Public Works manager. I suspected that they were already had this in mind, and I appreciate the ability to ask the question and to hear it so that everyone hears that our staff are already thinking ahead. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a really good discussion, and Corey, you got lots of work ahead of you. I think you realize that. And Adrian as well. So, and indeed Becky has some work to do as well. So we'll all do. All right, I will declare the public meeting adjourned. And I'm going to say, let's take a 7-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 2:52.
Thank you.
We'll bring the meeting back to order. Delegations and presentations. We have Paul Wagner and Kristen O'Sullivan here from Light It Up for NDAM, Life Directions Employment. We have a motion there to receive their presentation. Is someone, Jim, and who else would like to second receiving their presentation? Jim or Jason, thank you very much. So, Paul and Kristen, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, we can.
All right.
Yes, we can.
Kristen couldn't make it this afternoon, so it's just me. So good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council, staff, residents, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Paul Wagner. I'm a career advisor with Life Directions Employment. Today, I'm here to introduce the Light It Up for NDEAM, the National Disability Employment Awareness Month initiative. This campaign is dedicated to raising awareness about disability and inclusion in the workplace. Many organizations in Grey County struggle with the shortage of qualified workers, which really helps to make what I'm going to share with you today especially relevant. Life Directions Employment is a nonprofit organization whose mission it is to work with people experiencing employment barriers to develop tailored solutions that enhance hiring and retention, improve disability awareness, and connect local businesses and organizations with these local job seekers. For job seekers, we're dedicated to helping transform disabilities and barriers into career opportunities by providing individualized training, job search and recruitment skills, and and job retention support. Our services are available free of charge to anybody in the community. All of our programs and services are financed by the provincial and federal governments. For employers, we provide them with resources and training to create more inclusive and productive workplaces. One critical statistic that highlights the urgency of this mission is that Ontario has approximately 27% of our population living with some form of disability, according to Statistics Canada. The employment for people with disabilities is only 62%, while for people without disabilities, their employment rate is 78%. This translates into more than 1 million Canadians who are looking for jobs, but they're sitting on the sidelines. This underscores the importance of initiatives like NDEAM, which promotes the inclusion of people with disabilities in the workforce. By focusing on inclusive practices, NDEAM can help communities raise awareness regarding the underutilized labor pool, address labor shortages, enhance economic resilience. The Ontario Disability Employment Network, ODEN, is a province-wide organization that collaborates with business and employment service providers to create employment opportunities for job seekers with disabilities. ODEN spearheads impactful campaigns like Light It Up for NDEAM, driving the evolution and future of disability inclusion in the workplace. Life Directions Employment collaboration and partnership with ODEN empower us to leverage their resources and promote inclusive hiring practices, including ensuring that local businesses have the support they need to build diverse and productive workforces. The importance of inclusive hiring not only transforms lives, but also enhances workplace success by increasing productivity, engagement, and profitability. It drives cultural change and strengthens brand reputation, ensuring that businesses remain competitive. The National Disability and Employment Awareness Month is an annual campaign each October that promotes disability inclusion within the business and workplace sectors, as there are many myths, stigma, and misconceptions about hiring workers with disabilities. The Light It Up for NDEAM campaign is a national one-night coordinated lighting event held in recognition of NDEAM on October 17th this year. There are widespread participation with over 147 communities, 700 plus locations, and more than 45 federal buildings across Canada participating by lighting up key landmarks, in purple and blue. The significance of the colors: purple symbolizes creativity and cooperation, while blue represents trust and professionalism, qualities that are central to the Light It Up campaign. How to get involved? We encourage councils to participate by supporting NDEAM, lighting up key landmarks in purple and blue, and sharing the success of this initiative on social media. We have examples of local engagement with municipalities like the town of Orangeville and the town of Blue Mountains that are already involved, West Gray and Georgian Bluffs, and recently all of the Bright Shores hospitals and hospitals and facilities in Grey Bruce. The alignment between Southgate and the goals of NDEAM are very strong, as many of the goals run in parallel. These initiatives not only reinforce the community's involvement to inclusivity, but also enhance and complement the unique strengths of Southgate. Here are 3 key points that illustrate this connection and showcase how Southgate is well positioned to lead in promoting accessibility and inclusive practices. You have a strong sense of community, making it ideal for promoting inclusive employment practices during NDEAM. Your region's parks and outdoor spaces present opportunities to promote accessibility, ensuring that everyone can enjoy these areas. And local schools and community events can be platforms to educate and raise awareness about the disability inclusion in employment. We have several upcoming delegations and are also collaborating with organizations like the South Gray Chamber of Commerce, Southeast Gray Support Services, and Sauget Mobility and Regional Transit. We are working closely with local governments, businesses, and chambers of commerce to build community collaborations and increase the participation in the Light It Up initiative. Major landmarks this year, like the Telus Tower, the Cabot Tower, and the CF-104 Starfighter, the Canadian Warplane Heritage, are among those examples that will be lit up in support of NDEAM this year. We encourage the council to join this important initiative and play a role in building a more inclusive community. Southgate can also light up the structure by working with your local, with your recreational and public works department. Please feel free to contact Life Directions if you have any questions or and for further collaboration. We're happy to assist in any way that we can. And thank you for making time for me today. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Indeed, are there any questions from council on the presentation? Okay, not seeing any. You must have done a really good job, sir. I appreciate your time. So thank you very much. I have a motion on the table to receive the presentation for information. All those in favor? That is carried. So thank you again, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next item is the adoption of the minutes from our September 4th council and closed session meetings, moved by Barb, seconded by Joan. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Reports of municipal officers, Strategic Initiatives Officer Graham Taylor. Welcome, Graham. You have a report here on draft communications and community engagement strategy. So the motion is to receive for information. Would someone care to move that, please? Martin, thank you. Seconded by Barb, thank you. Graham, welcome.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me there all right?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So this is the draft strategy, which is the culmination of the work done thus far. You'll recall the foundation's report came to you at the August meeting, and we kind of went over that. A lot of this is repetition based on that, just based on the fact that there's not much new to add that wasn't presented there. Since the recommendations were passed then, this kind of culminates that into a finalized strategy. I'll take you through this as quickly as I can in the interest of everyone. So as you'll recall, in the strategic plan, there's 2 items. One is for the adoption of a community engagement strategy, and one is for a corporate communication strategy. This kind of does both in the fact that there's a lot of overlap, a lot of similarities, and a lot of synergies we can, I guess, leverage as part of this. I will add that one question I received from one of you is about communications from council. This does not change that at all. So some councilors who may communicate with public in a more public forum, or who may do their communications more privately, this has nothing to do with that. This is strictly from a corporate branding and corporate communications perspective. Also out of scope is anything altering statutorily mandated communication. So we're not tearing up how we communicate for planning matters. We're rather just looking to maybe augment that. That's just the first example that comes to mind. We also fielded a community survey that received 138 responses and looked at the township's communications right now. We see that as our total audience is pretty representative of our population, except for the fact that there's a large share that's female. And I had a couple questions about this last time, and a couple from the public actually. And I'll just add that generally in the communications world, it's believed that that females are on social media and on the internet more than males are. And so as a result, typically a female person in a household gets information and can spread it to those within their household. So there's no concerns there about some audiences being left out more than others. I will say that the audience that the township has on its website and social media platforms is growing substantially. As you see, 14% within basically a half a year is pretty significant. So the first we look at the communication standards. So I thought I would take you through all the mediums that we have. This lists the 6 primary mediums, being the soon to be adopted e-newsletter, media release, our meta platforms, which just a reminder is Facebook and Instagram, as well as our current print newsletter, Voyant Alert that was passed as part of the 24 budget process, and our website. And there's 4 types of messages that we communicate: those that do with education awareness, emergency communications, service information, as well as service updates. So disruptions being like closures, updates being changes to process and communicating that to the public. Looking at what we're going to use for different situations, this kind of provides a matrix that will be kind of holding staff to account on making sure the messages are broadly distributed to the public. The website and the soon to be adopted e-newsletter are 2 of the big items that we'll be leveraging, because you can grow them fast, as well as the meta platforms because of their instantaneous nature, as well as leveraging the print newsletter and Voyant Alert when we can. We talked about 2 communications enhancements, one being the establishment of a monthly e-newsletter, which is very cost effective. I'll say that in a previous municipality I worked with, within 1 year of it being launched, it already had, I think it was 2,800 people subscribed to it, unique email addresses, almost all within the township that it was in. So it grows like wildfire, and it's a very effective tool for getting messages out to our public. And then the second is setting the print newsletters to tenants who, as we know, don't receive them through the property tax process. And that will be looking to start in the 25 fiscal year. There's also ways that we engage with our residents. So this is going to the community engagement aspect as opposed to the communication spot. So there's correspondence with you and us on the staff level. There's open houses, there's public meetings, as well as surveys and questionnaires, all of which have been leveraged in the last few months. And then a new one that I'm introducing, which is stakeholder meetings. I'll skip ahead to that slide there. But basically what the stakeholder meetings do is it allows for a chance for a specific audience to meet with relevant municipal officials. So this was something that I read between the lines of the foundation's report and thought this would be a good thing to add, and it's something that we can commit to and I think do quite responsibly. So an example of how this could go into practice is we could, as a township, hold an open house meeting for stakeholders with farmers. So the farm community, so anyone that owns a farm, operates a farm, works on one, services one as part of their work, could come out to this meeting with relevant staff and maybe a couple of counselors and discuss issues related to, say, farm safety or road safety for farm equipment, or anything the township has its hand on related to agriculture. It allows for targeted discussions, and it allows for community groups that as a whole are difficult to get feedback from as a body. It allows us to kind of get in one room with them and bounce some ideas off of them from a policy perspective. This is leveraged quite a fair bit in the federal and provincial public services that I think is greatly underutilized at the municipal level. And I think locally we'd maybe be seen as a bit of a leader going in that step. So going on to that, we're hoping to have 2 of those a year. Going on to the enhancements that we're looking to do for communications, the e-newsletter would hopefully be launched by mid-fall of this year. We're hoping we can expeditiously go on that one, as well as tax bills being sent, or not tax bills, sorry, rather the newsletter that accompanies the tax bill, sending that to tenants will hopefully be done sometime early in 2025 when those are up. I guess that concludes my presentation, and from there, I'm happy to move to the questions portion and turn it over to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Graham. Good presentation. Lots of information there. Questions from council? Martin?
Afternoon, Graham. Municipal communications mediums, the Voyant alert that says it's weak. How is that going?
Yeah, so we're building up our audience there. A couple of the hesitation from the public have been privacy, which we've tried to address, that it's a medium that, you know, it's a third party, but it's not a third party you have to worry about. They comply with Canada's privacy legislation, which is among the strictest in the world. But nevertheless, people do have reservations about data privacy. So kind of helping mend that gap has been something we've been working on. But I will say that right now, in its current form, as I sit here today, it's weak in that it only has about 100 or so subscribers. And so in the event of an emergency, it's not nearly as effective as our Facebook, as our website, or other mediums that we use. I'm certainly hopeful it can get to that point, but I can't say it's right now. It's a strong tool in my toolbox as we sit here right now.
Thank you. Any other questions? Barb, and then Joan.
Thank you. And through you, thank you, Graham. Good presentation. I wrote a couple of things down, specifically to the Voyant alert. I read that it can actually be to a landline, but we only communicated the opportunity through the website and through social media. We didn't advertise in the paper, which has a subscription of over 2,000 people. And I fear that we are missing those individuals that think that they can only participate because like through a cell phone. And I think the message got lost, and we could maybe through the newsletter that you're going to circulate to residents that go to the addresses, that may be something that we could highlight, that you don't necessarily have to have a cell phone to participate. And it was a person who pointed that, it was a resident who actually pointed that out to me. The other thing is, how will you determine a tenant versus property owner? How will we get the message to them that they can register for the e-newsletter if we don't know that they're renters?
Thank you. So the first question, I guess I'd maybe refrain from using past tense language relating to the Voyant alert campaign, and that it's still ongoing. I was hoping to put something in probably the later edition of the October paper. That's still ongoing. I wanted to see what I could get on the digital mediums first and really give that a bit of a test run before we start doing the landlines, only because the landline is a different aspect of that it's a bit trickier to work with. So I wanted to make sure that we could master the basics before we maybe get to the harder stuff. Going on the second part of your question, it's going to be an opt-in basis for tenants. It'll be incumbent upon the tenant to tell us, yes, I'm a tenant and I want to receive this, or I'm a child of my parents and I don't see the newsletter, I want to see this. But nevertheless, we'll be communicating that through our usual channels, and we'll be going through the process to make sure that it's distributed wide and far. And we'll probably put an ad in the first print newsletter saying, if you have tenants, tell them they can sign up for this information too. So that's kind of how we're hoping to go about that, if that makes sense.
Glad to hear that, that you're looking at options to reach those that aren't currently connected through our social media, those that actually get their news from the newspaper. We're very fortunate to still have a newspaper. A lot of communities have lost their print media. I'm glad to hear that we haven't, this was just the first phase, and that there's others to come. And I'm happy to hear that you're going to be reaching out to those that that aren't necessarily connected to online participation. We still have a relatively senior population. And while people are migrating more and more to online participation, online forms, I'm reminded through a survey through our MP, Alex Ruff, that we can't forget those people who don't have a computer. My neighbor is one of them. So, so I'm always printing forms for them. We need to make sure that we're including everyone. Councillor Singh Soares speaks to inclusivity. We can't lose sight of the fact that there are people that aren't online. And I appreciate that you're thinking of that. And we're going to be expanding the various aspects to communicating with them. Thanks, Graham.
Thanks, Barb. Monica, I see your hand. Oh, wait, Joan was next. Sorry, my mistake. Go ahead, Joan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're always forgetting me, but
No, no, I'm not. No.
Thank you, Graham, for your very intensive report. I will piggyback a little on what Deputy Mayor Dobrin said about our seniors. Let's not forget our seniors, the ones that are unable or unwilling to use the internet, because some of them are really unwilling. And I know you're aiming to inform seniors, but we have like two different sets. We have the really old seniors that will not use it, and we have the many younger seniors who are currently tech savvy, so they're able to use the internet and stuff. So also what I realize is Deputy Mayor Dobrin said, a lot of residents rely on the newspaper. And I'm thinking maybe you could put an ad in the newspaper just to kind of remind them that this is what you're doing or this is what you will be doing, so that they can see that. And I know for a fact that a lot of people rely on the newspaper for some events that is even done in the community. Second part, you said the newsletter will be included, no, monthly e-letters and newsletter to tenants, and those are $1,000 per annum. I know it's a small amount, but is that included in our budget, or this is just something new that we're gonna add on to the budget? Thank you.
Graham.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor John. Those would be enhancements to take care of your first question, but I just wanted to give you an overview of kind of what you're expecting. I don't want to have you opt in to say something, yeah, this is a good idea, and spread around the community, and then, oh, it turns out it's way out of scope and budget and we can't do it. So committing to this isn't committing to a budgetary item for next year per se, as much as it is committing to the concept of it. That's, I guess, what I would say there is that it's not a formal commitment. It's just kind of an informal commitment saying, yeah, we know this is what it costs. We know we want to do this. And when I'm preparing my part of the budget submission, that's something that will, if adopted, will likely come as part of that. And I will just say that, whatever reasons people are not online for, we still have an obligation to engage with them. I'm a big believer in that residents choose a dialogue. We don't choose it for them. I think that's something that maybe public servants get wrong these days a little too often. So yeah, I certainly share the sentiments of the table with that.
Thanks, Graham. Monica, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just through you, Chair, to Graham, I'm really happy to see that the strategy has committed to, from my understanding, 2 open houses, 2 stakeholder meetings, and 4 surveys annually. If I gathered that properly, I just wanted to ask, like, how will we ensure that we are set up for success, in the sense that these engagement efforts are meaningful and well-intended? What metrics are on the plans to be used to assess the success and impact of these engagement activities? Because there have been comments that in the past, such and such meeting, only this many people showed up, and then is done away with before it can actually germinate into something that could become a very good tool. And just to the point of Councillor John, I know she mentioned about budget, about the finance. I did have cost and resource allocation inquiry with regards to the financial impact of the $5,000 per annum for consultation events and related activities. So with that in mind, and understanding the setting up for success, will there be an ongoing assessment whether this budget is sufficient for meaningful community engagement? Meaning, will there be enough money to support these wonderful suggestions And there's, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for mentioning inclusivity. My next thing, I'll just throw it in there, was about non-English speaking residents. How can we just make sure that even if they get the print or they get the online, if they can't read it or understand it, unfortunately, they won't get it. So just wanting to have that in the scope of things to make sure that those with diverse backgrounds, there's a sensitivity to that accessibility piece. So I know I kind of said a few things. If you need any repeat, let me know.
Graham?
Definitely. Yeah, I guess I would start by saying that the work plan for the communications division will outline a lot of what success will look like. But nevertheless, you know, there's certainly metrics that, I mean, I've presented to you so far and that have been in my reports that will no doubt be continued and go beyond the traditional how many people attended. Okay, 7 people attended, was a success or not? It's more about maybe qualitatively assessing communications and engagement than quantitatively doing it, which again is something I think we as a profession get a little too long or wrong at times. And kind of just building on that, I will say to make sure that it's set up for success. I am a big believer in valuation and using data where we can. So that will no doubt be a part of it. I didn't want to commit to an evaluative framework for this strategy right now until we maybe see how this rolls out and then look at how we can evaluate it and see what grows from it rather than kind of directing it in that sense. I hope that kind of takes care of your question there.
Yes, and just about the non-English speaking residents or those from diverse backgrounds in a way that's culturally sensitive and accessible. That may already goes without saying, but I just thought I'd ask.
Yes, definitely. I did skip over that question. I will say that, yeah, a lot of the tools we're looking at, including our new website platform and our survey platform, have options so that if I speak Ukrainian or whatever language I speak, I can actually change that on the interface, and that doesn't require translation resources from the municipality, which is nice in that it saves us resourcing while also being able to service that community. But we certainly will look at demographics and communication trends and how they like to engage with government as part of that work and make sure that we're meeting them appropriately. I will also say that that was a big part of when we were making that decision about the website. That was something that I looked for, was that it can allow for accessibility and translation resources where needed. So that's a big thing that I'm excited for. I think that enhances our service and our website. And that combined with some of the work that was mentioned in the customer service standard with relating to a translation program, that's something that I think we can really up our game on and do it in a cost-effective manner, which obviously the goal is to, you know, meet the demand of the community. But if we can meet the demand of the community in a cost-effective manner, I think that's something we can all celebrate as a win collectively. So yeah, I guess I'll just leave you with that there.
Thanks, Graham. Thanks, Graham. Any other questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Receive. That is carried. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you.
Clerk Lindsay Green has 2 or 3 things here. First is Community Foundation, Grey Bruce, Community Fund Management Committee update. Someone like to move acceptance of the report and suggest a person to appoint from council. Monica, go ahead, please.
Oh, I will move to accept. But are we pointing to, or are we doing one at a time?
No, you're right. I need a motion to receive for information, but I also need you to, or someone to
okay.
suggest someone to appoint to this particular committee. Martin. Sure.
Lindsay, have the Heather Renton and Carolyn Dyer been told about this, or is it just for council?
I just hesitate to speak because it's not technically on the floor yet.
I know.
Yes, they have been made aware, and they can join as community members should they wish.
But this
is just for the council.
We need a counselor to sit on this particular committee. Is anybody volunteering? Let me ask that question. Would anyone like to volunteer?
committee for a long time and have more experience than
Okay.
the other counselors that was on there. If she's not accepting, then I can always appoint somebody else.
Barb?
I see council.
Okay. So, you're okay to make that motion to receive for information and appoint Counselor or Deputy Mayor DeBreen as our representative from council? Monica, you're good with that?
Yes, I was gonna suggest Counselor John, but I have not talked to her about that, so apologize to put you on the spot, but I also support Deputy Mayor DeVries if, so I'm good with
All
that.
right. All right, good. So I'm gonna say that the resolution is to receive and to appoint Barb, our deputy mayor, onto that committee. Is there a seconder for that? Martin, thank you. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Joan.
Thank you,
please.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Singh Soares. I will stay on just as a regular member because of the meetings, and I'm not too sure if I want to travel to Owen Sound. So, but thank you very much for looking out for me, but I will definitely be a part of that committee, and I hope you're going to stay on too. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan.
No
Any
problem.
other discussion, questions? I'll call Barb, go ahead.
So through you, and yes, to your question, Councillor Shipston, the committee met and was informed and invited to participate as regular members. I did want to ask for council's consideration. I brought it up at the meeting, and the Community Foundation Grey Bruce does not pay their committees. And as this isn't a committee of council, those members would not be compensated for their time going to or from Owen Sound or going forward. And it was it's noted that the member of council is compensated, which doesn't make me feel very comfortable. Because they're going to be making the same decisions and have the same input as a member of council. So I'm just wondering, A, is it possible to compensate them based on their attendance and the minutes, whomever they are? Second of all, we need to be cognizant of conflicts of interest if, an individual is a member of a or applying to, so that the more people, the better, because then you can step out of the conversation. So I'm not sure who to ask this of. Perhaps the clerk has any consideration given to compensating our community members on the community fund. Look to Holly.
Sure. Through you, through you, Mayor Milne. I think staff put this forward as it's similar to our past practice and all of our current boards and committees. They're not all of them are necessarily committees of council, but when they sit on them, they do get compensated per our policy 21. I don't think we want to get into paying for the other members because it is Community Foundation's committee and they are running it how they run similar committees in other communities. So I don't think we want to get into that, but it was our recommendation that the appointed council member be paid per our policy. Council can change that, but I look at it as the SVCA board or SMART, like that sort of thing. They're not necessarily committees of council, but the member that's appointed does get paid. So I guess we'll leave that up to council at this point, but that was our recommendation.
So I guess I'd ask if you'd like to make an amendment
Well,
to either add or delete.
to add community, the clerk has indicated that community members wouldn't be compensated. And it's up to the member whether or not they charge for their attendance.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Oh, wait, we got a couple more here. We got the Holstein Pit Extension Land Acquisition Approval. We need to receive this report for information and then we'll consider the bylaw after that. Jim will move, Barb will second. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Sorry, through you, Mayor Milne. This council's seen this before, and just, I guess I'll hit some high points here. Staff have negotiated the purchase with the Lewises, and it was included in our capital budget, the purchase of the lands, and Jim will be presenting in his 2025 budget some funds for the required studies and reports. And then if the aggregate license is issued, then we would have future budget implications for annual installments of 32,500 to the Lewises. Just trying to think of any other highlights. I think I'll leave it at that. If there's any technical gravel questions, I'll give those to Jim.
All right. Are there any questions? Martin, go ahead, please.
Lindsay, the 300,000 for the lands, 145,000 for the studies, for the pit expansion. The budget implications for 32,500 for 4 years. What exactly is that about?
So that will only come into play if the license is issued.
Okay.
Yeah.
But again,
I'll
I'm
maybe
missing.
get Jim to.
Yeah, my
expand on
mind's
that.
not working on this one because they're paying 32,500. They've got money for the land and then the pit. like,
No, we
I'm
would be
missing.
paying them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jim.
Jim?
Yeah, during the negotiations process, this was something that the Lewises presented that like they wanted the total price of the 435 or whichever it totals up to. And they decide that they would structure it this way. And we presented that to council. So if we don't get the license, then that won't be paid out and there'll be a process to go through with them or to dispose maybe of the lands if we can't get a license. So, but that was their suggestion and so there's an additional to the 300, the 4 installments of 32.5.
Go ahead.
Follow up then. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not very good at math. 300,000, 302,000, 376,000 tons A and B gravel. If we get that license, how long would that last? Would that be 5, 10, 15?
Jim?
Currently, we're maintenance gravel for this area is about 25 excuse me, 100 to 30 or 1,000 to 35,000 ton per year, depending if we've got some construction, but 10, 20 years in that making. There are some other ideas we're tossing around. We'll present to council possibly as we get into now that we've confirmed purchase and getting rolling with our consultant of some other ideas we have as well. So
Thanks, Jim. Any other questions? Call a question. All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the bylaw for the purchase and sale agreement. Someone care to move acceptance of that? Jim and Joan, thank you very much. Any questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. And that concludes all your reports, Madam Clerk. Thank you. HR Manager Kayla Best has a couple items here. First, we have a report regarding child protection policy, and then we'll consider a bylaw related to that after. Someone care to move that, please? Barb and Joan, thank you very much. Kayla, welcome. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are bringing this policy forward. It did originally come to light for us through our insurance company. So that's what got us reviewing it. And we wanted to be able to provide guidelines in case there is any kind of child abuse suspected or reported. I'll take questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Martin?
Kayla, I can see the reasoning behind this, obviously. But isn't it already federal and provincial law that if anybody sees any possibility of any kind of abuse, That there's things already in place, or is this just something? I was gonna ask the question, is it because of compliance with insurance? I thought it may be something else, but so, and would that really be implied for everybody or just the rec? Because they're the ones looking at the kids, so.
Kayla?
Yes, thank you. This is more specifically for the recreational programming. It references it a little bit in the policy, and it's more just an internal process so that if it is reported, they know what to do internally for us, that it would come to myself and I would help the staff member manage the process.
Barb?
Through you to further the question from Councillor Shipston, although this is focused not exclusively on recreation, would this be something that the library board be looking at to adopt? I know that they're governed under the Library Act, but they see probably as many children go through that door as well, and children coming in there after school on their own.
Kayla?
Yes, thank you. Lacey and I did have that conversation, like we had it as a bigger group, and she is taking a look at it, and it's a possibility that she'll either adopt it through one of her policies she already has or recommend it as a new policy or adopt this one. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Now the corresponding bylaw to enact that policy number 97. Someone care to move that, please? Barb, seconded by Martin. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, Kayla. Public Works Manager Jim Ellis is here to talk about the Holstein Sand Dome options. Someone care to move receiving that for information? And the motion asks for direction on the preferred option. Madam Clerk, would you like that option included in the motion?
I think we should probably discuss, and then if someone would move an amendment to direct which option.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So would someone care to move receiving that report? Martin, seconded by Jim. Jim, please.
Yeah, so we dug into this a little deeper. We met with Gray County about the option of purchasing their building or rental. They are uncertain of, they wish to retain it, but they uncertain of what their real plans are in the future. They are willing to do shared use with us. They want to put material in there as well. It does have some inefficiencies for us being 2 kilometers away, and we haven't discussed deeper into detail if they might put a backhoe there, we'd send our loader there, but we definitely wouldn't road the loader there every morning and then another operator have to shuttle back and forth. And so anyways, there are a few logistic things that are not as quite convenient as being here right on our site. But it is something that we could look into for a few years or maybe even longer term as we go along. But again, there is uncertainty. We would come back with a general agreement if and this year we are going to put a little bit of material in there. Just some extra salt that we'll have on hand, but not filling it by any means on this year. So we would come back with an agreement that would be basic, that would, we'd have some insurance rider covering them if something happened while we were there or whatever. Maybe a minimal amount for some hydro use. They were going to look into that after we gave them further direction of what we were thinking. So we would have to come back with that agreement. But we looked into a bright span building system, which is typically can be built with their lock block system with a coverall type. To get the storage that we require, we need 60 feet by 144 or 70 by 120. Our site out here would be very challenged. We would have to get some setbacks. we'd be difficult to drive right around the building with trucks. We would probably, it probably doesn't really fit the footprint very well with the other infrastructure, the tower there. The other option to build like, and we did reach out to Dom, but he never got back with a quote, a similar building to what the county has there, similar challenges with the footprint of having enough storage area for the size of building we would require. So then we looked at Van Pelt Construction offers what they call their Storadome. It's what and they do a lot of domes throughout the province for a lot of time. Actually, the engineer stamp on this one out here was their engineer, who back in the 90s was on this one for the build. This one currently is 91 feet in diameter. The Storadome that could hold the amount of storage we need for material would be a 76-foot diameter. So that means, and talking with them more technically as we were on site here, because of the preload on the existing footprint, we wouldn't require extra engineering and boreholes and saying, would the soils hold it? Because the site already has held it. If we go to a different design build, we would have to get into engineering of soils and what those impacts would be. The asphalt in that dome is actually in fairly good shape. So if we want this type of solution, the perimeter would be cut out for a few feet to get the new wall in, and then it would go up, and then they would concrete lower level up, and then an asphalt ring would go around again. The reason they use asphalt in these storage facilities is that the concrete takes the pitting and spalling and deterioration over time with the salt, where asphalt tends to stand up a lot longer. The other thing with the Brightspan, it has about a 15, or you can buy an extended warranty for 20-year prorated with their building. The asset life cycle for the Storadome is up to a 50 to a 70-year asset investment. So a little bit more longevity out of that type of style. We did look at, initially we proposed at putting just reshingling and doing some framing and plywood work. After further inspection with somebody who looks at these things, not in great detail, but at least a little bit more around the nooks and crannies, there's some more deficiencies that would be derived out of this. So I think what we would need to do, the sand is going in the dome right now this year, but next year our staff recommendation is that no matter which of these options that council may lead us towards, that we look at demolition of that dome, because it will not, especially with not putting shingles on it as well, it will just deteriorate that much more. So right now, I think I just field some questions and then go from there.
Thanks, Jim. Are there any questions? Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I believe you've had issues like getting in with the trucks and that into the dome. That
Yeah.
it's just not a very practical
No.
for the equipment nowadays.
Yeah, and that was brought up too with Van Pelt, that their system has a lot wider door. And that's actually one of the areas of deficiency on this one is the door. So that hit the nail on the head there.
Barb?
Thank you, through you, and thank you, Jim. So I'm prepared to move an amendment to support the Van Pelt Storadome installation in 2025. demolish and build. I do have a question before that amendment goes on the floor. Do you recommend that we entertain a lease with Grey County in case we need it? Or do you feel that we can get by this year without that? So we'll fill what we need here and plan for in the budget, whatever council agrees to. And will Van Pelt honor the price quoted now? Or will it be an additional $50,000 in 2025?
Jim?
So in the past, we've worked with the county to occasionally, when we've done our filling here and have extra material, we've snuck some in there with obviously their agreement to it. It's happened in the past, so it would be minor, and we wouldn't enter into a big agreement this year. If we were looking for the future for 2 or 3 years, we would structure the agreement. But I think our needs are for this year are suffice. So the Van Pelt budget quote is and they said that basically that would be what they would be holding the line at for the 2025 season. Anything above and beyond that, they said you can at least estimate 50,000 more each year. So that is a tighter figure from what they've told me. There are some ways through procurement that we can look at their type of structures over, a wide variety of structures. We'd still, obviously, this would go to tender in the year, but if they knew that we were considering this seriously, they would, by the sounds of it, keep a slot for us, knowing that we may consider them in the 2025 season.
Go ahead.
So through you, I'll look to the clerk on the proper wording for my amendment, in that we would direct staff. I'm going to guess that perhaps it's tender for a new build for specific style structure and target year for construction being 2025. Would that be generic enough so it's not specifically saying we're going to go with Van Pelt, but that we're leaning to that type of structure? I'm going to leave it to staff to figure out the proper wording.
Jim?
Just the only thing to kind of hone in on the specific maybe is to say a build that will fit the existing footprint without compromising the preload and that has happened. So that way we can work with what we've got in that area, and whoever can submit something that can fit on that footprint, that's what we'll entertain.
And do we need mention of demolition in that amendment?
And the budget, yeah.
Madam Clerk?
So the motion that's on the floor is that we receive and that council directs staff on the preferred option, and that council consider that preferred option in the budget. So what I figured we could just simply do was amend the second clause to state that council directs staff to proceed with option 5 as discussed, if that's the option that you're leaning towards. But if Jim or council wants us to totally amend it so that it's specific in the motion, that's fine too. But I was just basing it off option 5 in his report.
Well, I would suggest at this point, at least leave it as generic as we can to allow staff some room to.
So option 5 is tender for a new build for specific style structure and target year for construction.
Yep. Sure, go ahead. Wait, we haven't got a seconder for that amendment. Sorry. Jim's seconding the amendment. Very good. Okay, on the amendment itself, go ahead, Barb.
Just to elaborate then, as long as Jim has he was specific about that it fits in the same footprint. I think you have the direction in there, the specific style structure, that, to your point, Mayor Milne, that we approved would have to be demolished. if we are going to replace the structure, and that we're including this in the capital budget. As long as number 5, being generic as it is, includes that understanding, I'm good with that.
Okay, Jason?
You mentioned more deficiencies we found, Jim. Just wondering to be more specific. I'm just kind of wondering how we got from fixing it, it was gonna be okay to fix it, to now we need a brand new building. And I seen in your email this morning, who was the engineer that said that he would tape it off or whatever? Who did he work for?
Jim?
So Jim had brought up, or Councillor Ferguson, that the door has had some issues. Equipment has hit it before. When staff looked at this, we did have the Bill Schramm, our deputy building CBO, look at it as well. We didn't, we were looking more at the roof and the shingle area and plywood and framing in that aspect, as opposed to more around the exterior and the bottom area more. The Aaron Van Pelt, he does a lot of inspection throughout the province on these structures and qualified, and yeah, he's the one that said if we need a report that it would be tough to keep it up and going, so.
Go ahead.
Well, to me, it's just a little concerning that he's one of the ones that said we need a new building, and he's probably gonna put a quote in for the building, and I don't know, I'll leave it at that. We went from being able to fix it up to 400,000. Now it's those old buildings, 600, whatever it was. Yeah. Yeah. Question.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to talk to the amendment? Call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. So now we're back to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. Thank you, Jim. Planning Department, site plan agreement for Melmar Industries. Someone care to move that, please? Jim, thank you. Seconded by Jason. I see both Bill and Victoria and Ken sitting here too. We're well represented in the planning department. Who wants to go first?
I guess it's myself, Mayor Milne, members of
All right.
council.
Drive on.
This property is located at 126282 Southgate Road 12. It was rezoned in June to permit the on-farm diversified use that is subject to the site plan agreement that is before you today. There's not a lot unusual about this site plan agreement for this on-farm diversified use, except that it was fairly regulated property by the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. There was sections of the river that run across it and around it. And so through the course of considering this proposal, the development plan was moved forward closer to Southgate Road 12. And there's a management plan from the Conservation Authority as well, as far as the rest of using the rest of the property. And that plan has been included in the site plan agreement and would bind them for any future work they do on the lands. So this is a delegated authority again. The approval of the site plans, they are being recommended by all the applicable township staff, and council is asked to consider a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the implementing site plan agreement.
All right. Thank you, Bill. I need a mover and seconder. Jason and Jim, thank you. Any questions on the report? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the site plan and there's 10 parking spaces. What are they, do you have any idea of what they're going to make, or is it just a on-farm diversified use? Because 10 parking spaces is 10 times as amount as what they usually have.
Right. I can't recall. I think it's a metalwork shop, but I'm not 100% sure. So I can't recall. The parking is, I mean, they just show them on the plan. It's a large graveled area, so you know, it'll accommodate that many cars and more, but I can't speak to why they show 10 or more or less. So I don't know. The traveled area, the site layout, the parking is appropriate. Why they actually identified those ones, I can't speak to why they wanted to show more than others.
Perhaps it gives a sense of scale, how big an area it is. Martin, go ahead.
Well, it's just something like that. We know OF, these on-farm shops, there's always backlash about some should be in an industrial park. And people not see the 10 parking spaces. Oh, here we go again. So they should really watch what they put on their site plans, I think.
Okay.
Just for general public.
Barb.
Through you, to Councillor Shipston, would it not also support the or counter the argument that these on-farm diversified uses don't employ people off farm? And yet they do. They are open to employing people in our community who may actually drive there.
Okay, good, great. Any further questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the bylaw to implement the site plan agreement. Mover and seconder, please. Joan and Jason. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? That is carried. Bylaws and motions, we have none. Is there any notice of motion? Seeing none. Consent items, regular business. There's 2 items there. Does anybody wish either of those to be removed for further discussion? Okay. Someone care to move that we receive those 2 items? Joan and Jim, thank you. Barb, you want to comment?
Thank you. And I see that Chief Melnick is on the call here. Thank you for waiting. And I just wanted to ask the chief to elaborate on the education that they're already doing with regard to the lithium ion batteries. I know that they are, and commend the fire department for undertaking this assessment themselves. It did cost in staff time and energy, but the value that they got out of it on understanding what our community looks like is priceless, I think, to coin a phrase. So I just wanted to give an opportunity for the chief to elaborate if he wishes.
He does wish to elaborate, but he's going to be brief.
Absolutely, I'll be brief. We actually did do some public education this afternoon through our FPO at the Great County Housing Building in town on lithium ion batteries. Through our CRA, we noticed that we are a big bedroom community, as well as sort of a younger generation that are always traveling. Technology has changed so that lithium ion batteries are almost in everything. And we've realized we need to do some big public education towards that. We also did public education for it at Maple Fest. And I think you're going to see a trend across fire departments related to lithium ion batteries. So, yeah.
Excellent. Any other questions? Martin.
I guess I do. Derek, it says in the report, 785 properties with farm buildings located on them. Does that include what I just talked about, the on-farm diversified use?
So the farm buildings themselves, structures, that is referring to not the on-farm diversity, but those are barns, silos, agricultural uses. So the on-farm diversity is included into the industrial occupancy.
Thank you, Derek. Any other questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor to receive? That is carried. Thank you very much. Correspondence for information. We have one item there from SVCA. Does anyone wish that removed for further discussion? Someone care to move receipt of that item? Jason and Martin, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. We have resolutions from other municipalities. I believe there are, yes, there's 3 there. All from Brudenell, Lindock, and Raglan. Someone care to move receipt of those? Joan, thank you. Seconded by Monica, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. County report. Do you have anything you want to report, Barb?
Oh, there was a lot, actually.
It's a long meeting.
It was a long meeting. I did want to mention that Southgate's Bella Sitara Singh Soares provided a presentation on her experience at the legislative page and was encouraged to bring her message to the grade 7s and 8s who could actually benefit from that opportunity. We also heard and supported a letter to support the Well Community Collective that partners with communities to create wellness hubs for youth in Grey, Bruce, Huron, and Perth counties. Grey County is investing in its paramedic services with 8 additional mechanical CPR devices that will allow paramedics to start CPR and continue through travel, given that they have to travel and there's a new mandate that you have to provide 20 minutes of CPR before transport. This will protect the paramedics in transit. They'll be able to perform CPR while seated, and that keeps everyone safer and better outcomes. And the new paramedic base in Durham is been tendered and awarded, so we'll be able to address the demands for the area better in the coming year, hopefully. And I guess the other is that Grey County approved that's to direct or the direction that staff continue to explore with the local lower tier municipalities a shared service model for planning services. They're ongoing discussions.
Thank you, Barb. Members' privilege. Anybody? Joan, go ahead, and then Monica.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Saturday, September 14, Grey Island Secondary School, along with a few community partners, Life, Direction, Georgian College, Blue Water Mental Health Team, Junction Community Initiative, and the Y, and also the Grey Island Public Library, we had a student information session with services and program that is available to the student and to the parent at large. The pop-up event was well attended with an abundance of information, entertainment, and food. We had over 500 guests passing through on Saturday. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Wow, 500. That's awesome. Anybody else?
Just
Monica,
myself.
sorry, go ahead. Yeah, Monica, go ahead.
Not a problem. Just through you, Chair, to everyone, just thrilled to share some great news from the recent SMART Committee staff appreciation event. It was a wonderful opportunity to put faces to the incredible staff who work so hard behind the scenes. A special congratulations goes out to one of the drivers, I believe. His name is Bill. He won a $100 gift card and commemorative Southgate Cup. It was a great time to celebrate the dedication and hard work of everyone involved. I wanted to give a special thanks to council for approving the prize and to the staff, CAO, who really helped facilitate to make this come to pass. And I went over so well, and he got an Esso gas station card, I think, and it was just really, really a special moment. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Anyone else? Okay, we do have a closed meeting. We have a couple items to deal with, so I'll just read the resolution. Be it resolved that council proceed into closed meeting, closed session at 3:49 in order to address matters relating to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, specifically labor relations or employee negotiations. and personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and specifically the CAO review, and that all those required remain in attendance. Someone care to move that, please?
I've been reminded we need a motion to go past 4 before we go into closed
You think
session.
it's gonna be that long?
It's the clerk.
Well, let's,
It's the clerk. I'm only the messenger.
all right. Well, because the closed meeting matter has not been moved or seconded yet, I'll accept a motion to go past 4 o'clock. Barb, seconded by Jim. All those in favor? That is carried. Now we're back to the closed meeting motion. Jim, seconded by Martin. Thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. All right, we are now in closed session. Okay, we're back in open session. Confirming bylaws there. Can I have a motion to approve? Jason and Barb, all those in favor? Oh, yes, I forgot. We're back in open session now, and I can declare that we only discussed those items that were on the in-camera agenda. Motion to adjourn. Jim and Joan, all in favor? That is carried. We stand adjourned at 6:04.